Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第254天 is day 254. I have a few things to cover here. I flipped a figurative table, you know. I lost my cool yesterday for a couple seconds, you know. 漏洞 man. How do low? I'm kidding. Nothing really happened yesterday. It was business as usual. And Dong. Leak. Then we have T. Bears. And Zao. Oh, Zao. Starting to feel like spray and tsunami are not great. Starting to feel between Wanikani and HanziHero, starting to feel like that's becoming a trend. Anyways, that's it for yesterday. Let's get into our lesson. This is good. This is one of the longer days because it's Wanikani's not level up day, but the second half day. So might be a little bit off today. A little bit more strenuous today because of stamina. Lian Meng, which is United Alliance or Union. 我们联盟的成员很多。
我们联盟的成员很多。
联盟。拖欠。
拖，drag, 欠 lack. Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah, to be in arrears. Arrears is like to be in debt or to be in something that is lacking, so to speak. So to drag, to owe. Oh yeah, right. It could be to owe actually, not to lack. It's just to owe. To be in arrears, so you're just dragged out paying any debt you owe. Be in arrears. Be behind in payments. I like behind in payments, but I can kind of see. Drag and owe. Okay. Drag out owing. 信用卡. 信用卡. The heck is that? 信用卡 something done. 不应该拖欠. What am I looking at here? I don't know what that is. Jiang. It's another Jiang. It looks like a Jiang, but Jiang Dan. Bill. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I'll keep that in mind.
拖欠
拖欠 behind payments. It's fine. Dragging on what you owe, right? Dragging along on what you owe behind
猛
payments.
然
莽然 莽然 fierce 然 suddenly. So fierce suddenly. Yeah, fierce so suddenly. Abruptly. Yeah. 车子莽然停住了。
车子猛然停住了。
停住了。住了。
猛然
莽然
拖鞋
拖鞋 drag. You don't know about this, but drag shoes. I guess slippers, you kind of drag them along in a way. 我在家里穿拖鞋。拖鞋 Oops.
拖鞋盟友
盟友盟 alliance friends ally 这是我们的我们的盟友
盟友
哎
联盟
联盟
盟友拖欠
拖欠
猛然
茫然
拖鞋
拖鞋 All right, off we go. Pen shaft. Oh, begun. That makes sense. Begun. 这个 begun 什么 What in the hand pulling more? Was that No, 握这个笔杆握起来很舒服。
这个笔杆握起来很舒服。
笔杆握起来很舒服。Like feeled out? That's interesting. 握起来 interesting. It's yeah to hold and hold like comfort feels comforting to hold. Yeah. Interesting.
笔杆
笔杆笔杆what was 笔杆 Pen shaft
寺院
寺院 okay, that's fair. Buddha temple plus courtyard. Still a temple. That's fine. 寺院里有很多花园。
寺院
寺院
肉串
肉串 meat skewer. Okay, so it could be used as skewer in that way. 他今天吃了Oh, is the counter still 串？五串肉串。
他今天吃了5串肉串。
肉串 ，OK。
肉串
I would love some meat
猛
skewers right now.
虎
猛虎 fierce tiger, yeah, fair enough. Fierce tiger, ferocious tiger. 猛虎是kidding. Like 森林 之森林之王，
猛虎是森林之王。
森林之王 interesting. King of the forest. Only king. The king of the king. King of the forest. That kind of reminds me of like the old English adage where you say of the something. Interesting. Okay, anyway.
猛虎
Cool.
怒气
怒气 anger, air. Yep. Or anger energy. Anger energy. You're just so anger. 他的怒气很大。怒气。
怒气
Kind of reminds me, I'm hungry right now, so all I'm thinking about is nochi. Nochi, the pasta stuff, the nochi. Nuchi.
笔杆
怒气
怒气寺院猛虎
I can't spell ferocious, it's fine. I tried.
肉串
肉串 Alright.
出轨
出轨 out 轨 出轨 derail. Oh, that makes sense. Interesting. 出轨 It reminds me to remember derail in the other way. Sen? How do I derail? It was like out, rail. Oh, datsu. Datsen. Sorry, datsen. 出轨 Alright. 出轨 This is often used figuratively as well. Okay. 出轨出轨的火车 What the? And then you use it literally? Come on, man. You use all three examples as using it literally. Oh, this says this is often used figuratively. But 出轨火车火车主什么主塞了 Is that 塞阻塞了铁路
出轨的火车阻塞了铁路。
阻塞 No, we don't have that. I don't know what that is. But it has something to do with block. 塞 SpongeBob electricity plant. What looks like some wired mesh. It's a corn dirt and oh no, I'm not sure. I have to keep an eye on that one.
出轨
出轨
哲学家
哲学家wise. Oh yeah, philosophy. So the study of the person of philosophy is a philosopher. Yeah. 哲学家这位哲学家景祥了很多学生。
这位哲学家影响了很多学生。
影响了啊 I got caught up in something else. Yeah, 影响了很多influence. Yeah, 影响了很多学生。哲学家
不祥，
不祥 not auspicious, ominous. Makes sense. Inauspicious. Yes. Inauspicious. Indeed. 天空天空什么？天空漠然 Oh no. 天空土壤天空土壤变得很不祥。
天空突然变得很不祥，
不祥，渠，
渠 Holy 渠 Okay. Oh, this is different. This is out of right field. Left field. Okay, Quasimodo is inside the living room of the house where he is building a canal through the carpet. Ah, come on, Kevin. You're starting to sound like Koichi and Co. He is inside a giant mecha and holds a tree with it that he drags through the carpet living room, making a big trench. Then he sprays water out of the mecha, filling the trench, making a canal. Alright, I'm just not gonna read. We're writing something. So Quasi, right? Quasi is in the living room of his house, playing with some miniatures. Playing with a miniature set. Because he's, very lonely and stuff. So the miniature set, it has a canal, right? Canal surrounded by trees, luscious trees. And he is playing with a mecha that ends up destroying everything. Or Quasimodo is not like that. That is being built. That is being built by a mecha he controls. Sometimes some water sprays here and there from the construction. Okay. Alright, we're not doing this, whatever this is. This is yikes. 水曲渠道 a different type of channel, not that channel, the last channel that we had. This is a different type of channel.
渠，
Okay.
勺，
Shao, a ladle. Oh, we finally got ladle. Shao. Shrek is in the middle of the barn trying to make chocolate milk. He walks around with a bucket of mud and a ladle, and he drops a heap of mud into each bucket of milk that is in the barn, turning it brown. Thanks, Shrek. Wow. Wow. I don't know how I feel about that one. Why chocolate milk? Oh, because maybe Shrek is an ogre and like, no, we're not doing that. Shrek is just weird, right? So I guess we're just gonna Farmer Shrek with a ladle. Milk is fine. It's fine. I think this is okay. 饺子, okay. 汤小, okay, 汤小 makes sense. The ladle.
勺，
Jaw. Alright.
出轨，
出轨。
取，
取。Heck. I lost the meaning. Did I even incorporate the meaning? Oh, I did. Because it's constructing around the canal. It was canal that was.
少，
How do you find it? Hey, do you find it hard to remember both the Japanese and Chinese kanji reading? Not really, because they help each other. If you connect each other, well, it depends on your mindset. But most people like the question that you're implying. Since you said if you find it hard, it would mean that you find that Japanese and Chinese are distinct from each other. But I don't think of language as distinct from each other. I think them as together. So in many ways, knowing Japanese help you with Chinese and vice versa. So instead of finding hard, it's easier with both of them. Most of the time. Sometimes when they're being acquired at the same time, it could be a little bit of a jumble. But most of the time, they help each other. Supplemental, even. That's why I use HanziHero and Wanikani at the same time. Although their structure and their methodology is. What do we have with the?
不想，
不想 inauspicious. You assume the meaning would be quite helpful, but even Japanese kunyomi you get confused with. You're assuming the meaning? No, the reads and stuff are also helpful. Like, it's an abstraction, right? Mnemonics, when you're using mnemonics, you're not connecting based on the accuracy or the literal meaning or the reads. You're combining the thing into a tapestry. So most of the time you're visualizing order and abstraction. So it's not really attached to meanings a lot of times. Like, for example, there's nothing here at the moment. But you can still remember this is tree. And you can still remember this is tsunami. Tsunami or spray or water. And then it is related to ice or icicle. And then tree, I embellish as well. Tree is wooden. Wooden, a plant. And then this right now, we're only working with mecha. But mecha are things that are giant. So those are all like part of it. So even despite the read, you can still get read off of this. So this is key. This is ju. Here, I guess you can use like coal. Right. Wow. Oh my goodness. Whoops. Oh, yeah, well, you know what I mean. What's another one? Well, I guess we could just use Mizu. Save me. Save me. Mouse writing. Yeah, so we could just like use Mizu. G. and ki. But like obviously there's no, I'm not saying the Japanese thing here, but all of these can be substituted for all these words too, as well. All right, tsunami. There's tsu and nami. So wave, tsu, wave, right? There's mizu, kori, icicle. Not sure. Moku, moku can be wooden. Plant could be like ka, I suppose. Giant could be all or tai or dai. Mecha, I mean you could use Gundam, I suppose. Lots of tapestry. So yes, it can be confusing for sure when the volume is up. That's assuming that there's no organization when you're encoding them. So I think confusion often comes with confusion definitely comes with the idea that there's no organization, or there's a lack of organization. So it's kind of like if you're buying a book. Yeah, the radical breakdown is very useful, able to guess a few meanings, but I was referring more to the... I know what you're referring to, Seika. But they're all in... They're part of the same thing. You're making a distinction between them. So you're thinking reeds are separate from the mnemonics. And of course, they will be confusing. When I said water and the radical, I would say mizu. So when you see this character is neither related to all the things. So you're talking about this character will have a reed, but every part of it will also have reeds. And then when you construct mnemonics, all of them also have reeds. But if you think they're separated, then they will always be separated. So if you're separating your mnemonics from your reeds, then yes, it will be very confusing because they're two separate things. You're remembering two separate things. If I'm saying ki, right? If I'm saying ki, that is still ki for this character. And it just happens to be a radical right now in this character. So if you think of it as a separate thing and you're looking at this, it's like this character doesn't have ki in it, then you're only treating each character as a form of a reed. So I don't think of it that way, but I understand where you're coming from, which they are not confusing because they're part of all the reeds built up to the reeds. So you see where you went. Thanks for like my intent is that it is harder to remember. For me personally, it is harder to remember these things as this thing will always be wait, what did I learn for this guy? Qi. But in Chinese, it's actually most of the time, I don't know if you know about anything about Chinese, but 80% of the time Chinese only has one reed for each character. So in this way, it doesn't really translate very well to Japanese as onyomi and kunyomi. The difference between Chinese and Japanese when it's compensating for the sound is that lots of things have qi as opposed to like a different reed. So take your convenience with a grain of salt, right? So this is qi, right? But I don't have to remember it as qi. I can remember it as separate things. Like you could write like ki plus shui. Ki plus shui plus ji is qi. So like you might be thinking like, oh, okay, well these are just the radicals. It's like, where's the radicals? These are all reeds for these characters. So if you're looking at it that way, then you're already practicing other things too. So all of these things are practicing reads. So you, in the future, like if you see a key, it's a key. Or a MOKU, it's a MOKU. So all these things, when you're practicing it that way, then eventually you also practice all the radicals and within the radicals. So other characters become other characters. And the more reads you have, the more you just start thinking about it in that way. Eventually, I haven't done it yet, but instead of using a translational method, you can use this method. So like this is what I think about when I'm thinking closer to what is the relationship between Japanese and Chinese. So ki, shui, and ji will not help a lot of people. Or ki, mizu, ji equals, I don't have the Japanese read for this. I don't actually even know what the Japanese means at the moment. So it would be chi, which means, what does this mean? Did I just go over this? Yes, it means canal, right? So I don't know the Japanese. I might know the Japanese. No, I don't know the Japanese word for canal at the moment. So the canal word then could be a read on a vocabulary word. So over time, I think Wakotabi does this quite well. The game app Wakotabi, where as you learn your English, you're replacing them with the reads of the Japanese over time. So in this way, your mnemonics also change over time, which is what I do. I haven't. We're in the process of doing that, obviously, because we don't have enough words to do that at the moment. The other way is to do kaniwani. Some people do kaniwani, where they go from Japanese to English. So they interpret all the Japanese stuff, or look at all the English stuff, and they interpret it into Japanese. So when you read an English word, so instead up here would say canal, and see if you can do it in reverse. So you say canal, you should be able to type chi, at least chi, like you would be typing this way, right? And then if you can type chi, you hope to be able to also write this character or recognize it somehow. So oftentimes, like, people type, so when they type, they can verify that this is the character. Preferably, I would probably suggest trying to write it as opposed to typing it, but that is it. How about it cases? Let's continue with key. 3 keys together turn into mori. Yeah, I'm curious how you would personally connect and memorize that. 3 keys turn into mori, right? So what about it? This is ki mori. Like, do you have a particular how would you remember, like, how do you mean by remembering this? You could remember it as sun, shun. I meant even if you knew the radicals, how would you memorize the new kanji? Well, you have to encode it first. You have to encode it first. So key plus key plus key is mori. And then key plus key is hayashi. So you haven't encoded it yet, right? So since I encoded it, it's fine. So ha ya and chi could be separate things as well. But in this case, haya is a call, and she is a sheep. So then you can have a call sheep that's related to 2 keys. I don't know how that will work. At some point, you can recall Hayashi without needing these bridgers. But like Mori, we can use Mo plus read. Whoops. So Mo likes to read in the among 3 keys. So then you have Mo, Ri. Mori plus 3 keys equals Mori. The way these mnemonics work, like Wanikani and HanziHero, is they take their construction and either make it sound like it or contextualize it. So you can slowly change these into the sound that they have. And you can customize whichever sound you want. I decide to go with Ri. Read sounds like Ri. And then Mo is something Wanikani does, so Mo. So Mo reads among 3 keys. So Mori. It's kind of like the story method. I mean, Hey6 is what people refer to. But this is Mind Palace stuff. So I usually refer to this as Mind Palace stuff. So if you have a routine, there's an organization. And then that organization is what you rely on. So the practice of the organization is what I try to illustrate, like the step, or you enter here, and then like, so oftentimes you like label out your workflow, right? Kind of like a coding thing. You label out your workflow. And then sometimes you get like different conditions, right? Different conditions. And then you want to make sure that you practice being able to do both directions, right? And then you understand that your input can be at any of these positions, right? It can insert at any of these positions. So when you're practicing those routines, what happens then is that at any point, you can connect the reads with all your elements. The thing is, there's an organization to this. So when you do the organization, it creates a routine that with enough steps, you're expanding it to differentiate the stuff. So like at first, maybe you start with one thing, right? So how would you distinguish this? How do you do this? Well, it's really hard for me to backtrack, but the first time you would probably explicitly learn is someone's going to tell you this looks like a person. Right? This looks like a person. So then you would have a routine where you recognize that it visually looks like a person. Right? Visually looks like a person. Maybe like they draw it like a person, like this. Or something. And then the person then gets attached to... So this would be the order. The first one is like... Step A is the English word person. Then you get nin. Maybe that's the read order. So nin, and it appears as romaji. Right? It appears as romaji. And then they provide you with a ninja. Ninja. So now you have another step, right? Ninja. Do you need that step? It depends if you need more resolution or not. But then you have a ninja, which then kind of goes back to English. But then they'll show it as nin. which is right, nin. So now you're going to kana. So the question is, do you need these steps? Sometimes people don't need these steps. They could drop like this step. And the way to drop the step is to understand that if you want like a 90% accuracy or something like that, you have to include enough steps, in my opinion, in order so that you have enough flexibility when you're acquiring new information that it allows you to separate things. So here's an example. If you have nin, the B step could also be jin, which is where your onyomi and kunyomi stuff start coming. Both of these are onyomi. So B step is still, the read step is still nin and jin, and they can be both represented by romaji. And then you have hito, right? Hito. Then you're hitting kun, right? Hito. There's far more than that, but we'll say, so now you need a resolution to distinguish between this. So now you need ninja. You can use the step C, which is ninja and jeans. And hito can stay hito because hito is different from the others. So what happens is now you have resolution between nin and jin if the selection factor is onyomi. But if it's kunyomi, you default to hito. But what if there's another kun? Well, the closest one I can say... What's another good use of this? I don't think you need anything beyond this. But say there is another one. Say there's a Y read, and it's considered as kun. Now you're going to need to add a separate step to differentiate between the two kuns. So a lot of times you start somewhere. So wanikani has a specific number of steps. Usually it's the meaning, which is portrayed as a story. And then they introduce the read. And then the explainer for the read. Right. Explainer for the read. And then they go into the use of it in a vocabulary, if we were talking about in the case of the character. However, once someone becomes really familiar with the character, right, they start removing some of these steps. So eventually you get to like seeing the meaning and you get the vocabulary, or you only want the read into the vocabulary. So these steps become all you need. All you need is to reach the end point. However, when you're learning, if you're learning new stuff and you're getting things confused, the question is your process or your arrangement too doesn't have enough resolution to separate the two. So for me, when I was reviewing my 200-day step on both Wanikani and HanziHero, they're a week apart from each other, actually. The idea is that I tell you where the steps are, or where the steps that I use are. So whenever new problems occur or new things occur, I add a step, or I add where I can resolve them. So in this case, it's not confusing because if I look at it, I know how many steps of the process that I need to add. So like for Wanikani today, whenever there's a new term, I ask myself, what else can I get it confused with? And usually I ask myself which step it gets confused with. And this might be laborious. Some people might think this is take a lot of time, but the thing is, the stuff you're comparing it to, they have fewer steps now. So when you're learning, right? When you're learning the stuff, when you're saying radicals, right? You no longer use all the steps to remember all the radicals. They're like second nature. So you briskly do the fastest deconstruction you can on the stuff that are similar in your head. So that's what I'm doing here. So like the moment I see this character, I'm like, what does this look like? Well, so far I don't see too many things that look like this. So that means that it's a one-step process. I can start with the simplest routine that I have, which is the default routine. And the default routine is to, for HanziHero, the default routine is, this is mecha, this is mecha, this is spray, and this is tree. And then the word I'm looking for is canal. And to get to canal, I picture something like this, which is basically my attempt to speed run drawing a canal surrounded by trees where a bigger guy is operating a mecha that is causing water to splash out while it's building the canal, which is, this is Quasimodo. This is Quasimodo. This is the mecha. This is the canal. These are the trees, and it's making like a splashing thing. And because of Quasimodo, and he's doing it in the comfort of his living room, right? The living room, so that's Chi. But all of this is one scene. So you can see this all as one thing, and that's good enough. So instantaneously, it would be just one thing right there. That is the picture that I'm seeing. So yeah, you can also see the reads from an image. So that's fine too. And that's how I'm encoding it for now. Now in the future, this will always be chi, right? Like I can choose not to have to rely on it. So I practice different things. Like I practice, if there were 3 steps, eventually I practice this or this or this. So I tend to practice these things, whichever gets me there. The idea is to practice multiple methods or like thinking workflows to get, like, you don't have to practice it all the time. You practice every once in a while. So it's kind of like a video game, right? So if you're making a video game, for example, I'm raising it because it's relevant to our connection here. When you have, if you established, 5 elements in your workflow, oftentimes to get the most value out of your workflow is creating a methodology that reorganizes this. So it's the combinatorial, right? Combinatorial line of thinking. So when it comes to games like a puzzle game, for example, and oftentimes games like these, like games that are language learning games, they tend to present themselves like puzzle games. Where you're connecting, oftentimes if you only have 2 moving parts, you're connecting A to B. So like it could be an English word to a Japanese word, however the representation is. However, you can add additional steps in between. Right, in this case, movement is one that I saw in your game. You can add movement as B. So B requires a way to understand the quadrants of your layout. And then C could be so how would B be, how can you make B interesting, right? So say your flow is this. You have an English word that's displayed, and then you require the movement, and then you require the Japanese word that the object attains. Now, how do you make this more dynamic? Well, how about flipping these? So then you have the Japanese word first, movement, right? Movement. And then the English word. Oh, right, as the order. But the actual workflow is still it's a 3-step process. Now, how do you make the moving different? Well, moving has a element here that is not really changing. It's static. You can add a D, the location of the stuff. So now you can, if your movement is always the same, like for example in a video game, if it's not words, let's just say your English words is always going to be static, and then your movement is static, right? So then that means your movement to C is going to be the same. So let's say your choice is always like the top right, right? In a quadrant, it's always going to be the top right. Well, then you can change, if you're storing your information like this, that means in your brain, you're saying, okay, English, it's this way, that's all that is. Like, it's always going to be there. What happens when you have another thing that looks like it and it goes to the same position? So there's going to be another thing that's really close. The alternative is to change the location of it. So if there's two things that are very similar, you can alter its location so it can be defined. So that's where, in my opinion, adding another step would help you. So if you're saying like kun and on, which I do have a problem with wanikani, and I'm kind of resolving that right now, or like trying to add it. So wanikani does not help with kun and on in a way. Their workflow treats kun and on in the read department as the same. So what they do is they attach the same process to on and kun. The one thing that separates them that I've been using for a while that works is that their workflow often prioritizes on and then kun. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. Sometimes they prioritize the kun and then go to the on. And that's when the process kind of falls apart, because it's confusing which one prioritizes kun and on. So what happens is in wanikani, most people, if they start with on, they will default to kun, right, when it's not on. So it's in that way they've practiced that circuit very, very well. And the moment that circuit is violated, it creates a shuffling or a confusion. So when my remedy for this is, well, let's add a filter, right? Let's add a on/kun decision maker. And then you go into on and kun, right? So then you have an extra step that you added, because that was the problem. The problem was it's on and kun. I can't decide on and kun. And this step then gets elaborated, because then you need to know some patterns, if you can, or some rules for yourself on deciding how to make this decision. And that's what I've done myself, or whatever, however they're doing it, right? So whenever there's a problem in the workflow, you add something, and the confusion, in my opinion, goes away. Now, for the optimizer, the person who loves to optimize and min-max, you kind of want to keep this to the smallest number of steps, right? The smallest number of steps is what most people like, because smallest number of steps means it's easier, or it's perceived as being easier. Basically, if you don't need this step, you skip it. So in Chinese, for example, somebody would make the argument that it's easier because there's only one reed. Well, yes, in the case of this, you wouldn't need the step ever in Chinese. Most of the time. The other 20%, you can use this technique. So I can use my own and kun workflow when Chinese words, 20% of the time, they will have an alternative read. Now, oftentimes, alternative reads require a pattern of use. So, much like this, you can run parallels in both cases. So whenever I know the difference between like kwai and le, kwai is this, by the way. So kwai is hayai. It's kind of like hayai, but kwai is fast in Chinese. But it can be le or happy. So it can be kwai and le. But le is a default. Le is an exceptional, or le is an exception, sorry. An exception. And then kwai is a default. So much like this, if you're thinking of on and kun, there's not much difference between on and kun for me, between kwai and le. So you can take what you're working on somewhere else and then apply it to the same thing. And what happens is then, so whenever I'm practicing like kwai and le, or on and kun, I'm also separating them like similarly. So the methods, like the method that I'm doing is a combination of many things. It's story, visualizing, systematic, based on reads, based on mnemonics, based on translational stuff. The idea is to unify, or at least in my opinion, is to unify all of the methods. And then you can choose how complex your method is in order to meet how similar things are. Like you need enough resolution, right? So if you're always thinking of things as a read and a meaning, what happens when you think the read is the same and the meaning is the same? Then you're confused. But the thing is, this is what people think. They think it's just reading and just meaning. So you have to know, well, how can you read this? How many different ways can you read this? If you can resolve that they are different in read, then you might lightly come to a different meaning, but it could also be the same meaning, right? It could end up being the same meaning. So the idea here is you get confusion comes from the, in my opinion, confusion comes from the inability to resolve the overlap. And I often think that most people prefer to think of the confusion as always the exception. So what I mean by that is when you're confused, you make a case, you make a special case. And then what happens is it files into as an outlier. And I totally get that you spend less time like that, right? So whenever you come up with a kun or an on that you're having trouble remembering, you remember that one case. And that's it, right? So then it becomes a case by case. So everything feels like a case by case. And that's totally fair. This is where you do minimum efforts when you have, so you assume you run your like study and your methods and stuff on the idea that whatever method you have has sufficient resolution and coverage of how you're learning, and that whenever you get confused, it's probably not going to happen very often. So every time that comes up, you can use your rote memory to figure out what the case is and how you go about it, right? But stories, like even the story method, can undergo a workflow. And this is where I find that HanziHero is a bit stronger, in my opinion, than Wanikani, because the workflow is indiscriminate from it. When I say chi, that's always going to be this. But how do I get here? In Wanikani, it's like case by case. It's all right, well, this word, this kun is like mori, right? The back to the key, back to the forest example. Mori. Mori is always going to be mori. That's it. So you might like encode it in a way. Maybe you will encode it like this way if you want. And then that would be the only way you would know. So it's rote memory. You remember it as though it will always be its own thing. But for myself, how do you make this more reliable in the future? Well, mori and sun is the same thing. And quote unquote, same thing. It's compiled and categorized in the same place. Sun actually looks like this too. So both sun and mori are the same thing. So both Chinese and Japanese agree on this. So now they're even stronger. I don't have to remember mori to remember this. I can say sun and it remembers this. Right? And then if you don't remember that, you can always remember 3 keys. 3 keys equals mori, right? So that's another way to get there. You can, and nomaji is different from kana, right? Pinyin is different from kanji and hanzi. And actually hanzi, I'm doing traditional Chinese, so that's also different. All of these are different ways to encode the things. So there's no story here. There's like I haven't actually even integrated any form of storytelling yet. And then you have other methods. So mori, mo is a different level, and read or reading is a different level as well. So now you can think of it as a story approach. Are there other things that we have done? Antonyms or associations. If I remember Hayashi, I can also remember Mori. So this is ordinal memory, which is then you'll remember Ki. So Ki, Hayashi, Mori is always in that order. Or you go Mori, Hayashi, Ki in the reverse order. So this is ordinal. So you have an intuition for numbers. 1 tree, 2 tree, 3 tree. 1 key, 2 key, 3 key, right? So that's another way to encode the exact same output that you want. Now, you can keep embellishing these things, but the idea is you hope that you can practice enough of these inputs to eventually not have to use them. But I typically practice them because I can. It's not for everyone. I think most people, what they do is they find a path of least resistance. The downside, in my opinion, one of the trade-off is that when one method doesn't work, I have backups. There are different ways to go about it. So I practice how to link these together or pick my choice in order to get, and then I have a readout. Typically, like I aim for 90% plus, right? I want to push myself, my accuracy down to 90% and push it up to 90%. Why do I choose 90%? This is so that if I push it down, it means I'm doing more at the cost of accuracy. When I'm pushing it up, it means I'm doing like more methods to compensate. The reason I do this is because I want to keep doing more. So the more stuff I'm doing simultaneously, it's pushing myself to my limit, and then at the cost of accuracy. But then if I drop below 90%, I need to not do too much, because if I do too much, then I would start getting confused. Things would lose their organization. So this is how I go about it. I think this type of thinking I've done most of my life. I think maybe 13 years old. I would say when I went to middle school. When I got to middle school, English is where my English class is where all this started. My English class. So like Duolingo, for example, I've used Duolingo a lot of times. Duolingo does 3-4 layers. I don't think Duolingo users think of it this way. They typically pick whatever their organization. So if you understand how Duolingo organizes their information, it helps you organize your information too. So Duolingo typically presents itself with theme first. Then it has antonym, synonym relations, right? Then it does reads. And then it does meaning. Actually, meaning might actually come first, depending on how you look at it. But these are the 4 steps of Duolingo. So when you think of the vocabulary word, if you're thinking, how do they organize their vocabulary word? Well, first they decide on the theme. And the theme is often kind of coupled with the meaning. And then when they introduce things, if they introduce big, if there's an antonym or a synonym, they might think of large, and then an antonym would be small. And then a lot of times you have overlapping reads, right? You have ka, well, which ka, which hyo, which hyo, right? And then there's also sight. I forgot about sight. Sight and read I'm kind of coupled together. There's also sight. So what happens when a character looks like another character? Right, but they're not exactly the same character, because it couples with read. Basically, like if this is standing alone, this is ki, but if this is adding to something else, it's MAKU, probably MAKU. But there are also special exceptions where modifier b, then it can become ki again, right? So that type of thing, that's what Duo does. But I don't think people think of it that way. What they'll do is they'll remember the one thing and then attach it to the one thing. So then there's nothing else that could help you. You no longer think of other things as being part of a whole. You think of it as one thing. So in the future, this may always be key to someone. This is not key to me. Actually, I think this has... I mean, this is part of this character. Right. So, mu is the Chinese. Mu. So, or is it mo? It's mu. So mu will always be a key. Mu will always be a key. But mu can also be a MAKU. And so on, right? And then we don't have to look at it this way. It could be a key, right? and it can be a mo. It can be a ku, so MAKU. And then mu doesn't have to look like that. Mu can just look like this. I didn't learn any alternative way to represent Chinese meaning. But yeah, that's kind of how I go about it. So I told you I shared a story method, but the story method is also built up from other types of things. Yeah. I can probably do this fairly rapidly too. It's not ideal. So you might be like another fascinating question that someone will propose is that, so what happens when you have to speak, right? Like here's the one problem. Here's a huge problem that someone will say. So what happens when you go to speak? I have a lot of comments. A lot of times it's like, man, you must have lots of mnemonics in your head, right? So you know how one of the biggest concerns is that if you're always translating, right? If you're always translating, then when you go to speak or do something that's time dependent, what happens? Like, you're always going to be translating. Like, well, that's the difference. I'm not always translating. When things get older, in my opinion, when things get older, you can shortcut, right? You can start to shortcut. The question is, how do you know when you're shortcutting, and how do you know when you're encoding? Well, SRS kind of does this fairly well, which I imagine, obviously, when we start on your game, right? Like, obviously, one of the things you have to consider is how do you manage matriculation, if that's part of your vision or not, like matriculation. So matriculation in SRS, like Wanikani and HanziHero, what they do is they do like exposure, the number of consecutive exposure and correctness. So like kind of like mastering a word, right? So the thing is, when you start mastering a word, you start skipping steps, and you hope that most people have an intuition about this. So when like, which happens with gamers all the time, but gamers don't think of it this way, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm gonna use a pen here. So a lot of times people are like, oh yeah, but if you keep doing this, wouldn't this become a crutch? As in, like, when you start to speak, you're gonna keep doing all these steps. In my opinion, you really don't. Most of the time, you end up skipping. And I think after a lot of practice, what happens is this ends up becoming the crutch in the long run. So if you ever have to if you like fail, you only have 1 point of failure. That's what, well, this technically this only has 1 point of failure, but most of the time you want to have something like redundant, right? Or you even want to have like a second one going in. However, when you're speaking and you're going for time and whatnot, you start grooming these out. So then you rely on a dominant pattern that you're going to use, and eventually you actually kind of just remove the middle step, right? And that's what they want you to do. In my opinion, that's what HanziHero and Wanikani is trying to do, and I think that's how video games, in my opinion, are designed in general. Let's say like level 1, you start with A, B, C, right? But then level 2 will introduce a second process, right? Level 3 could be crazy and just say like, okay, well, now we're doing something different. Now we're going backwards. Then level 3 or level 4 would be like, okay, now we're going to throw back in our process that you produced, right? And that's to keep the how you say, keep the gamer keep the gamer engaged. And that's what I feel that most people like SRS and stuff is trying to do. They're trying to keep the person engaged. But the downside about, in my opinion, the trade-off, I want to say the trade-off that happens with people learning is that it takes too long. And I'm going to say too long because it's relative, right? Relative. Now, I'm going to try to make this independent of what too long means. Too long is a state where you become complacent. When you become complacent, in the sense that it's no longer engaging. No longer engaging. And one of the... So that means regardless of who you are, you know when you stop being engaged in the content, like in the way you learn, right? As in you're no longer learning, so to speak. You're no longer learning. And you're no longer learning content. You're no longer interested in how you learn the content anymore. So then it becomes a crutch. So what happens then is that you no longer think about different ways to learn something and connect something. You just want them to connect the thing. So the moment you hit confusion, you go back to these methods and hope that it alleviates the confusion. So the idea is then you elicit the methods that you may have learned to elicit the confusion, right? In my opinion, people don't do this anymore. What they do is they rely on a system, and if the system fails, they go and find another system, right? But they abandon the previous system. So whatever the previous system is, since they don't understand how the previous system works, and so then you don't retain it, right? So what happens is you start with Wanikani. You use it until the process is complacent, until until you learn the process. Then the process is no longer engaging. And then it stopped producing results, in my opinion, or it produces diminished results, right? Until it reaches a threshold that you're not satisfied with. And what happens is then you abandon all of this. And I'm saying you as in like the hypothetical person. The hypothetical, my experience with how people describe anyways, I would say 60%, greater than 60% of experience. What they do is then they move to Anki or something, right? They would move to Anki and they would repeat the process. The thing is then they're dumping all the other things. They're no longer integrating any of the things because it's not about the learning process. It's about the results. So eventually you hope that when you're bouncing, I call these like, I don't know, serial learners. I don't know what you would want to call it, but serial learners, where they take a method, they use it, and then they discard the method and move on to the next method. So most of the time my use case is I use it, then I bring A into B, right? Or modify A and modify B so that they can complement each other, or maybe make use. So then I'm still practicing A while modifying B, right? Then I use it, then I go to C. And right now we're really not that far in. Like what did I do? A is Duolingo, right? A is Duolingo. B is Wanikani. And then on the side was like Shashinko, right? Shashinko, so to speak. And then where, C is going to be Boon Pro. And then while I'm doing this, it's not D is HanziHero, so I need to figure out how to connect all of them. And it's very deliberate. If I can see a path to connect all of them, I will connect all of them. And the idea is to build a workflow that is complicated, organized, and layered, but you don't have to use the whole thing. Yeah, so I might spend like the last review, I spent like 3 or 4 hours describing a loop of troubleshooting, but troubleshooting only comes up every like 5% of the time, because I would only get confused less than 10% of the time, because that's my threshold. I practice a routine that will read out at least 90%. And then the rest of the stuff, the 10% gives me opportunities to like make new methods or think about new ways to solve problems. So I don't aim for making something useful to 100%, because most of the time, most people would say that's a waste of time. And what I mean by that is, imagine only passing with 100%. Well, you're going to have diminished return. If you want a method that covers every possible odds, right? Like cover all problems, that will take a lot of time, lots of time, right? That workflow would be insane. So what happens is, instead, I balance it with a method that gives me a reasonable output, and then I push it to a point where I get errors, and then those errors allow me to make new methods to solve those problems. And then I practice them every once in a while, because I push myself hard enough to make errors, and then it gives me new ideas, but not all the time. And this can be any parameter that you like, right? Like some people are fine with being 80%. Some people like C's. I mean, C's get degrees, right? Sorry, that's a American joke, I suppose. C's get degrees. So your workflow is only as efficient and as complicated as you may like. And I know this doesn't really answer the whole what happened, the radical, like the pronunciation thing, because it means that the pronunciation is not separate. I don't do a separate thing for pronunciation, so to speak. Like the way I get the thing requires that pronunciation is in it. So I'm not fetching for pronunciation. So sometimes people think of it like this, their memory. They're like, oh, well, I see this thing, but I only want to know the pronunciation. Pronunciation C, so you take it out of C. So you're fetching for pronunciation. Like, that's cool. Like, I get it. I think that's really impressive if people are able to do that. Like, if other people are able to do this really, really fast, then that's pretty cool. So, like, you loop. Basically, you ask for an input. You ask for an input, and you're like, I want pronunciation. So you go to C. And then you're like, I want meaning. So then you go back to your stored meaning, and you go find the meaning, right? When I think of a character, I think of the meaning and the pronunciation as a workflow. So I don't simply look at this and say, this is called this. I have to do the whole thing. I have to do whatever it is to get there. So I end up practicing, well, I need to know what this means. I also need to, and the idea is that you're always practicing the loop. Sometimes I think it's pretty amazing how some people can remember one thing and not the other. I think about approximately 3% of the time, I would say, and I get shocked. Like, I literally say out loud, I think this word is ke. Or like, ke. And I'm like, I don't know what it means though. And that's legitimately very shocking to me because they're together. Most of the time they're filed together. And how I can get this to happen is when I'm reviewing, only reviewing. So when I'm reviewing what they call burned items, like items you're supposed to master, I try to do it. And that's the feeling approach, where you rely on intuition. I'm like, I don't know. This feels like, and I just type it out. And I'm like, I have no idea why that's that. Like, I don't know. And that's the feeling I think most people have. And I try to do that in the appropriate environment, right? Like, I'm sure that's the closest thing I can describe how people, when they look at this and then they think, oh, that's obviously key. It's like, well, I see MAKU as well. Actually, I see more than that, because this is rod, right? This is rod. These can be fins. These two can be fins. This can be ground, right? Right, and ground is do. Can be do. And rod, what's a good rod? I don't know. Oh, I guess we can use chu. And then fins. I don't have any fins, so we're just going to use sakana. Right. So all these are linked. Things can be broken up and being teared apart and then put back together. Even if they're not meant to be torn apart. Like, someone can only see this as bun. But it can be pun. Because you can add something to this to make it pun. And bun, it stands alone as bun, so it's actually an exception because it doesn't use kun. Kun when it's standing alone, a lot of times, actually. This is also fen, right? Fen. If we can't get it, we can get dal, which is sword, and then these are fins, right? You can get it off section into this, right? Plenty of other ways. I don't think this is a waste of time, right? Like, doing all this, but I can definitely see someone who think this is a waste of time. And that's why my streams are very long and we talk about things and all of that. Most of the time, these things could be a waste of time for people because they have different priorities. For myself, that's the way I think. So you could kind of say take it or leave it kind of situation. But the thing I really wanted to emphasize is if you're as enthusiastic as I am when it comes to encoding information, that's what it ends up, in my opinion, likely to look like when you're looking at this. It's like, well, we can write a whole 1,000 page, 1,000 word essay on just this character if you want. But no one's gonna, you gotta also make use of your time. If there's a way to be creative, then there's a way to be creative. I think that's what makes people who make video games incredibly awesome to me, because they're trying to think of using, especially an indie developer, they try to think of how to use less, but create more from the less. And I think that's one of the things that I feel, if I learned anything from video games, or at least looking at video game design, is that that's part of the creative process. And humans are very exceptionally wonderful. Wind color is more so impressive. You have the stamina to do it for that many characters, but that is the price for deep understanding. It is. And hear me out. Hear me out. When you can consider it like stamina, right? I got this. I got this thing. Have you ever played rhythm games before? Like I talked about this before. Like say Osu, right? They have these hit circles, and we compare. Someone asked about like what is harder and what is easier, right? What is harder and what is easier? And a lot of times, when it comes to stamina, often the portrayal of stamina and impression deals with the perception of how difficult the task is. And what's really impressive about humans is that the tasks you most normalize, the task that you're able to normalize, often ends up being the most efficient one. And it's so to this case that it can even compensate for its complexity. So I know this is my really jerry-rig way of telling you that the thing I'm doing is easier than I feel the things I can't do. And the thing that you're doing is impressive to me if that's how you're going about it. Like, for example, the thing that I'm doing here, right, is the thing that I practice the most. So what I was doing was the easiest thing I could do, in my opinion, because I've done it for a very long time, like over 20 years of my life. This is the way I think. However, it is incredibly impressive when I hear how other people think about it. So that's where I go and like watch interviews, I go and watch content creators, because YouTube is obviously, there's no shortage of, and I usually tackle or observe other people's way of thinking, how they go about making things, because that's what I'm interested in. Because in my opinion, I would say the same about pretty much everyone, if I have to be honest. Like when someone says, oh yeah, you just remembered forehead, I'm like, that sounds really exhausting. Like I don't want to do that. Like, for example, my favorite ones is for video game people, like no hit runs. Like that's 1 point of failure, right? And my thought is, man, that sounds so exhausting. And then when you go ask the person who does these no one hits, they're used to it, right? And that's kind of how I feel at the other end too, where when someone says, oh yeah, so what they do, and they describe it, and I'm like, that's really interesting. Like, how do you solve this part's problem and this part's problem? Like, what happens when you're given like a reed, and the reed has 12 homophones or homonyms? Like, what do you do then with that strategy? And the way they describe it, I'm like, wow. Like, so you came up with 12 different methods to remember each one of the homonyms. And my thought was, you know, I don't know if you're, I'm not sure what your primary language is, Taika. You know, the just remember it, just memorize meme when it comes to language learning. Like in English, you just memorize it, right? That's what English speakers do. English speakers, because they speak one language, right? A lot of times we're talking about monolingual thinking. Because there's only one way you only have to just memorize one time. And to me, if you're able to just memorize 12 different things to separate 12 separate memories, when I think about what I do, I feel like I got the short end. I got the better end of the stick because I don't remember 12 things. I remember one, maybe like to 3 methods to distinguish 12 different things. So it's kind of a really interesting response. It's like for coding, right? You can have a game. You can call it like, you can have a game where maybe it's like 1,000 line of code. This might be a little too exaggerated. You can have 1,000 line of codes to do something, right? To perform A, and then someone can come along and do it in 200 lines, right? But the thing is, if you ask the people which one's easier, when it comes to not objective measures, obviously 200 lines would be faster than 1,000 lines of codes, sort of. You could see that. But then we have other nuances. What if this 200 lines is a loop and this is a parallel circuit, right? Then you're not sure if the 200 line is going to be more efficient than the 1,000 lines. And in addition, when you ask a coder which one's easier to do, like as in easier subjectively, it's whichever code that they are most used to doing, despite whether one is more complicated than the other. And I think that's, again, I really appreciate the kind words, but if you find it impressive, what the stamina that I'm using for this, my thought is it does reveal that the two of us think very differently, and that's kind of neat. That's really cool. And now it all makes me all the more curious, which is why I'm going to ask you the next question, which is, how do you remember kun and onyomi? How do you separate between kun and onyomi? Right now it was my kun is I check on, I look at rules or patterns, right? Patterns that I have. I kind of labeled this out, right? For patterns, actually, the quickest one is characters. Like for vocabulary, is there 1 or 2? If there's 2, check for on, right? Then read the on. Does the on trigger a response? It does not. Then what I do is then I look at the meaning, double check the on, and it could then splinter into a kun on, or kun exceptions, and that forms the basic loop right now. Just a lot of exposure for the most part. Just memorize. If you see hirakana, then you assume onyomi. Okay, I see. Oh yeah, that's another way that they're doing it. Like reading, like provided visual stimuli ones. Yeah, they use katakana for kun. Or some people would like to separate them based on the inputs. So hiragana versus katakana for their ons and kuns. Actually, there was an actual thing about this. Not that this is like a formal thing, but there's a way you can write katakana deliberately for your kuns and ons to sort your memory and whatnot. But I'm not sure about the convention. So, but this is the current loop that I have. So ons outnumber kuns in the current database for Wanikani, right? So on exposure is a lot higher than kun exposure. So then I prioritize kun. You memorize a lot via order, so a lot of your word sheets were just easier for you to picture which word were closer together, and that's how you remember them. Nice. So you have spatial and ordered. Yeah. Yeah, so that's so if you take your way of remembering the order, you can also apply that to the way rules work. So oftentimes, like, one of the rules is if it stands alone, it's likely kun, right? If it's more than one, there's a chance it's on, usually in a pair, right? And it's usually on, right? However, then you have exposure dominance. There's also frequency. There are certain ons like ka, hyo. Right, I'm writing my mnemonics at the same time too. Hyo and ka that can stand alone. So what happens is when you order it, you can also order how you like go through. Like what I'm saying is this is a lot of people tend to use this step as their last resort. You know, as their last resort. Like if all else fails, what is your underlying method that you're gonna do? Like say if you forgot, if you have no idea where to start, where do you start? I know how that sounds. I know how that sounds. Like, what do you do to break it down, right? And this is one of the downsides for this type of method. It's like there's no other context most of the time. Like people don't see any other context. You don't remember any other context. So where do you start? Well, that's where you default to why, how, and when. But when is a little bit weak. So then I do that. So if you don't know what this character is, like right now, what do you do? What do you do? And a lot of my additional methods are dealing with this. Like what happens when you look at this and I'm like, flip a table, let's head out. I don't care. Let's just go on Google and type in what this is. So a lot of times people, the most common, I would say greater than 50% of people would say, you give this like 5 minutes. You give this like 5 minutes, maybe. Not even, I would say 30 seconds. And off to Google. So now the question is, can you iterate on this? What else can you do now? And what happens is if you want to create a habit, right? We're talking about habit formation. If you want to create a habit that foreseeably is exhausting, but then becomes really, really efficient, like the stamina, right? You can inject a step between you and Google. How do you do that? Well, plugins. Plugins are great. Technology is fantastic. Or you can put a video game in between it. You can put a manga in between it. You can put a dictionary in between it, right? So this is where the other area that I typically focus on, which is habit formation. How do you create routines? Because when you're thinking about workflows and thinking, it's a habit. You're forming habits, and it is either subject to change or reinforcement. Most of the time, habits are responsive. People develop habits on a response. You can be intentional with the response or passive with the response. So every time you get confused, are you passively responding? Or are you intentionally responding? And that to me deals a lot with engagement is what. So if you're not engaged with the thing, it's usually passive. So like you're trying to optimize your game and you're like, okay, this can come up a lot, but I've looked at this like 100 times. I don't really want to deal with this anymore. So we just push it off. That's passive, right? or intentionally you're like, well, this might come up again, so what can I do to place something in between when I give up, like it's like I'm just over this, versus when it's kind of like I love this example all the time for habit formation. Groceries. If you go from home to work and it's a direct route, right? Groceries is seen as out of the way. But if the grocery store is right in the middle of your route to work, then the grocery store is no longer out of your way, it's in the way, which is what some people might immediately think, but then it can be on the way at some point. So, when it comes to like memories and confusion, the idea is, well, how often do you get confusion, right? Like, how often do you get confused? If it gets confused, can you understand why and what you did about it, right? Or how you go about it. If there's enough clarity that you have intentionally of that, you can engineer something that gets in the way of it or along the way of it. And then eventually it becomes second nature, right? That's the habit formation. It becomes second nature. So for me, when I'm problem shooting something, it's second nature. Now, there is a downside to second nature. Second nature makes it so that it's harder to do this again. And that's the human condition when it comes to complacency. So what happens is you constantly need to challenge yourself enough, place yourself. I usually use like a 10 to 20% push to challenge yourself to solve new problems. Because the moment you solve your current problem, it becomes second nature and it no longer insists that you have more problems. So what happens here is, in my opinion, when people learn a language, they learn based on how they learned the first language. And that's good enough. Like, I'm going to say it's always good enough to do this. What is the most hip, trendy thing to do? Learn like a kid again. Because that's how you learned your first language. It's reductive. It's useful. It works. It's good enough. And you never have to learn new things. You're only relearning the things you've already learned. So you're bringing up the techniques and whatnot that you have now, like had before. Maybe it leads to an updated version of it because of technology and whatnot. But generally speaking, that's how people go about learning things. They make it as passive as possible. So if you're confused, for me, I think a coder may appreciate this, in my opinion. It's like I think your games speak for itself. Yeah, no worries. I'm here, you can find me anytime. But I think the thing that to illustrate my point of view is that you made the game. And that's what I'm going to talk about as an introduction to the game, by the way. The games that people make to learn Japanese is the process that I think I do every single day. If you have a problem, you find a creative solution for it. But that creative solution can be taken to another step. It can be taken to a habitual form. So in the future, like when you're making this game, you can make the next game and the next game. Apps design is that kind of philosophy. When you have a problem and it occurs sufficiently enough, you can turn it into a routine. Anyways, I just thought I'm kind of like prefacing some of the stuff that I'm about to talk, I'm gonna touch upon when it comes to looking at what we an evaluation or a reflection on video games when it comes to language learning. Anyways, Thanks for your time. I would love to hear how you are learning Japanese outside of, you know, designing your game and whatnot. And it would be really interesting to compare notes. Anyways, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. If you ever want to yap for another 3 or 4 hours, you know where to find me. Or it doesn't have to be like in this environment. So I'm not gonna put the fries in the bag until you're full of that doesn't work. It takes me a very long time to put the fries in the bag. Yeah, take care, Seika. Let's see. Let's go back. Okay. Oh. No. Axe hand, yeah. 哲学家.
哲学家.
All right. Get this thigh. We have another thigh. What the heck? Oh wait, that's combining. It's like 火脚 or something. 火脚, fire leg or fire foot or thigh. Oh no, big thigh. 大脚. Something like that. Or just straight up get a thigh. Wait, is this combined with it? I wonder. Ooh. Okay, Goofy is in the basement of the house, goofing around, naturally. He knocks over a box of thigh-seeking moon-shaped missiles. Alright, that's not happening. Which proceeds to activate and start chasing him around the basement, and some of them hit him in his thigh, and each time he yelps in pain. Alright. Fighting this. This isn't... I'm not feeling this anymore. Moon and a body part, right? Moon and a body part. We gotta be careful. We're removing... We're being more flexible with moon and stuff. We have a missile and thigh. Gotta make thigh the centerpiece. You know what? That's pretty good actually. I think I'm okay with that. Maybe not like thigh seeking. Just that the moon-shaped missiles. He thinks. You know what? Okay, we got it. Oh, Goofy is in the basement of the house. Right. Looking through some junk, so he found some moon-shaped rockets. I mean, that's normal, right? Moon-shaped rockets. Oh, moon-shaped missiles. Frankly, it's kind of difficult to imagine moon-shaped missiles. What have we done? We have done time of day, shape, and the literal moon and sun. Can I use any of those things? No. So we're gonna use moon shape, right? Moon shape, and you know, Goofy's thought like, hey, what a great idea! Let's just launch the missiles. So light the missiles, right? Light the missiles. I'm thinking more rockets. Light the missiles, and you know. Goofy is in the basement, so what's gonna happen? The missile goes everywhere and hits his thighs, right? Hits him square in the thighs. All you have to do is imagine Goofy running around panicking while missiles are flying everywhere. And they're more like discus instead because they're moon-shaped. Or it could be like moon-shaped. That's kind of Interesting. Like crescent moon shaped. I'm thinking more like circular moon. That's fine. That's a butt? Oh, pigu. I don't know how that equates to butt. Well, they'll give me 股票. Oh, what? Okay. All right, Chinese. All right. First, we got thighs. As Kevin, please. First, we got thighs. As I'm guessing, maybe thighs can stand alone as gu. But then the two examples that he includes is gonna be butt and stocks. We're getting a little carried away now. Just a little bit.
虎略
略 interesting. 略 outline. Didn't we have an outline? It was like da 什么 surrounding summer, like guidelines. I think I'm thinking guideline. I'll see when I see it. Pretty confident I know what I'm talking about here. 略 略 okay. Louis is in the bathroom with the electricity plant, where an electrically illuminated podium. Okay. Podium is right in the middle of the tilted room. Okay. Louis goes up to the podium, which is gold-plated to reflect his status, naturally, and begins to read out an outline of his plan to make a rice field right there in the bathroom. Oh, he's in the bathroom. Dang. That makes it really weird. As he reads the outline, his servants begin using electric tools to rip out the tile of the bathroom and begin making a rice field. I mean, they're really going for that, you know, demanding ruler leader kind of vibe. I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with this.略 战略 a battle outline, strategy, a war outline, strategy. Fair enough. Sen oh, this must be a traditional thing. There is a strategy. I do have a strategy in Japanese, but not this character. Interesting. 策略 策略 plan strategy outline plan outline. 略 wow, that's the first time I've ever typed. This is our first 略. Pretty confident this is our first 略.
抗
resist. Kind of looks like Han. At least for the turntable situation. I think our last character was Han with the turntable. Let's see. Resist. Didn't we have another resist? It has something to do with Diddy Kong. Oh, D. Yeah, D. Which also had fingers. But that's the only commonality between D to resist. It was D was like this, I think. To resist. Oh, I mean, it could be like Kan D or D Kan, maybe. We'll see. Kermit the Frog. How I loathe you, Kermit the Frog. Not your character, just your mnemonic potential. Kermit the Frog is in the bathroom of the chapel, trying to resist a floating devil finger. Ah, man, fingers. We're changing it up, obviously. That comes out of one of the toilets. He gets out a turntable and plays some holy music to help resist the evil. Oh, I see. The evil fingers. He then dips his fist in some holy water, getting ready to resist. Okay. Alright, I already got it. Kermit the Frog is in the bathroom of the chapel. He's a do-gooder, right? We characterize Kermit the Frog as do-gooder now. So he decided what's a great idea is to provide take a turntable into the bathroom and use his fingers, right? Using his fingers, make DJ, DJ to provide, some ambiance, for the churchgoers. The churchgoers, right? And it was a resounding success. So the churchgoers, right, couldn't resist dancing while going to the bathroom. I know that's kind of weird, but dancing when they're done with the bathroom. And Kermit the Frog gets a sticker, right? To revolt. Kan. Kan. Anti-resist. That will make sense. To protest. Kan Yi. Make sense? Just discuss. Oh, there it is. Dikang. Nailed it. There's Dikang. Oh, yeah. I thought I might have written it, but Dikang is. Thank you, Chinese.
抗攻
Gong. Oh, this is also palace. Interesting. This is imperial palace or imperial family and stuff in Japanese. What is it? Miya? Right? Miya? And then for whatever reason, Wanikani labeled this as Shinto shrine. That's the kanji. Palace. Okay. Gandalf is in front of the temple where he has decided to build a palace in the rock garden. He digs up an old spine of a dead monk that was buried in the rocks years ago and places it in a dollhouse. Okay. He then steps away and casts a spell with his staff. It grows in size into a palace that nearly takes up all the space within the rock garden. A huge palace that seemed to be made out of spines instead of bricks. So Gandalf is in front of the temple. Being approached by monks. They want to honor a fallen like brother, right? What they had to offer was some of the rare keepsakes they have, so which monks don't really keep very much, but they wanted like some sort of altar or palace to house his remains, his spine. And so Gandalf Takes his spine, places it in a dollhouse, and voila, change it into a palace in his honor, right? With the guy inside. And the dollhouse is a little bit of a I think we're gonna flex dollhouse too. I think dollhouse is now going to be like just any form of an enclosure, right? I know enclosure is still another thing too, but I think we're gonna something maybe slightly extravagant, I suppose. Slightly extravagant. It'll make sense in the future. 미궁, a maze. A lost palace. Huh. 황궁. Oh. Huang? That might be another thing for royal. Or something like that. Gung. Yeah. I have no idea. Gung Ting. Oh, that makes sense. Gung Ting. Alright. Oops.
公
Okay.
换
Fine. Trouble. Skewer to the heart is trouble. Alright. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he is having a bit of trouble with a skewer he just bought that he is trying to open the package of. He slips and the skewer goes right through his heart, adding to his troubles. He goes to the pawn shop bathroom mirror and looks at the blood that's gushing out of his chest. It's a flesh wound. It's fine. Right? Maybe it kind of like the Hulk. Yeah, it's fine. It's a flesh wound. Conjure. Patient. Trouble. Interesting. A troubled person. Patient. Not patience, but like not that type of patient. A patient. Ailing patient. Oh, you know what? That looks very similar with one crossbeam. Ying Huan. I wonder if that's equivalent to Yin. Oh yeah, it is. It is equivalent to Yin. They just removed the crossbeam in Japanese. They removed the little tiny crossbeam in the middle. Yeah, there's an additional crossbeam right here. It means to hide, so that's one of our current kanji. Still didn't get it though. It's kind of fun looking at what wanikani, like what Japanese, what they have prioritized as characters compared to HanziHero. There is still stuff. I think largely though, most of the time, it's whatever HanziHero showed up first. But there's one. Obviously, the reason why I'm making this note is because I'm trying to contrast between the changes from traditional Chinese, and that
换
it's helpful, it's useful, or it can be useful in the future. Whoops. Okay. Yep.
古
All right. Yep. This one's probably the shadiest.
略
Probably the shadiest. Yeah, because you can get the you can get the translation loss. Like, what is it even? He's on the electrolyte podium, yelling, dictating that the rice field be constructed now. But what is he doing? He's outlining. What were my word strategy? I can see a problem with that. Oops.
抗
Yeah, this one, that's probably a tough one. This one's not that bad.
换
This one's okay.
攻
Right? Yeah. Okay. Alright, burning the midnight oil. Alright. Double conversations today. Oh, I hit the refresh because I'm so used to the Wanikani script stuff. Alright, let's try to lock in here. Okay. And it's gone.
触 长 缺点
不要讥笑别人的缺点。
Heck. No. I got hung up on. Yo. Is that supposed to be a yard sign? Okay, I could use the yard sign. I think. Lun. Oh, maybe it's like... Hang on. It's a review and a critique? Yeah, so Japanese checks out for this, right? Japanese checks out for this. But I think it's like...
评论
评论家
England. I'm like, it's there. But I couldn't get Ron and then don't just get mixed up with all the other things. Hyo, like something like Hyoron or something. Huh. Hyeron? No. Jodon? I'm thinking of Hyo, but I'm thinking of different Hyo. Pretty sure this is Hyoron. Yes, Hyoron. Oh, the other one is Hyo. Yeah. Okay. All right. Did I see you Monikani? Yeah, I typed pepper for Monikani, but it's hot for one. What a coincidence. Fun little coincidences.
柿子，
他给了我一个柿子。
that's Japanese. Yellow. Okay, that didn't work.
破，修理，
我的车需要修理。
I feel like it's son of a dingus. I feel like this is tone, no? Oh, tune, yeah, tune. Then it's definitely what I think it is. What in the world? Is that not the... What?
"夜景，
我们在山上欣赏夜景。
Or night view? I don't know what... Like nighttime view? Or nighttime view. What the... Oh no, that's total. Total. What? Hold up. Hmm.
纸，偷偷，
他偷偷的写了一封信。
科系，
选择大学科系。
Okay, that's still the same thing.
开始，
我们开始吧。
By same, I mean good enough. Good enough. What the...
家属，
医生在跟家属说话。
创造，
古代中国创造了伟大的文明。
很少，
这里的人很少。
爱，
Heck. It's the night view or nighttime view. Yeah, night scene. It's fine.
行，
What the heck? Oh, it's okay. That's right. We're in Chinese. That's fine. Dang it. Dang it. I don't know. Now, I thought this was... Oh, Chung. Oh, no. It's not. Oh, no. No, that's elbow pad. That's not elbow. That's not elbow. Huh. No, that has drop in it. How do I forget? I can finger an axe.到台湾是我人性的一个
转折点，
搬到台湾是我人生的一个转折点。
turning point. 转折点. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure this is Chong. Son of a bee sting. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
调，起床，
你每天几点起床？
Suddenly drawing a blank on lose. Hmm.
售票处，
售票处在大楼的1楼。
为，负责，
这件事我负责。
Sometimes you just gotta follow your heart, you know?
黄瓜，
黄瓜很新鲜。
You just gotta follow your heart.
帽，
Yeah, responsible for.
日趋，
最近的气温日趋降低。
日期 like day hasten 最近的气温日期 I don't know what that means. We're in trouble.
管，
Or building, I guess build too.
坡，
日期 Decent day, like day by day. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. All right, brain. I see how it is. Yellow?
确认，
请你再确认一下。
Check it again or check or like to evaluate, to confirm, yeah. Check is make sure.
力，
okay. I swear it's like
充满，
这部电影充满了悲情。
充满了悲情。 like fool. I think a lot is good. Full is fine. Plenty is fine. Okay, it's fine. All right. No. Oh no. What in the world? Wait, I have something. We're gonna go with
山顶，
山顶的空气很清新。
what? Maybe was that a fluke?
得到，
他得到了一本新书。
红，
Oops. I totally misspelled red. I different red.
禁止，
禁止停车。
It's all about the scrap.
上涨，
房租每年都在上涨。
We're all scrapping through. Scrapping through is good. We want to do the scrap. And I thought it was way, but it's not. Hmm.
"难怪，
难怪他这么受欢迎。
Oh, not quite. Oh, okay. It's fine. Okay.
秒，外人，
这里没外人。
聪明，
他是一个聪明的孩子。
口袋，
我的外套有一个内侧口袋。
What the kodai? What the kodai? What the kodai? I know I just said the same thing like 3 times. I'm sorry.
姐妹，
我朋友有2个姐妹。
What is a like that's fine.
子，
Having too much fun here. Oops.
大幅度，
气温大幅度下降。
extensive 大幅度 like oh 天降 what the oh whoops, I typed F instead of B.
烂苹果，
篮子里有一颗烂苹果。
It's big extent, substantial, big extent, severe, substantial is good. Large extent.
补偿，
公司会补偿你的损失。
That's not, I meant repay or compensate. Really compensate is good. So is it 上定 what do you say, like, oh, mountaintop. Mountain peak is fine. It's kind of humorous that it's in here, but mountain peak is fine. What in the... Uh-oh. Am I gonna get defeated by the shellfish again? Wait, or is this
贴，
oh, okay. We worked on this. Okay, it's fine. Saved.
搜索，
他在网上搜索新闻。
逆，
We're still trucking. Although very much slower today. Still trucking. Oh no. Just gonna take a guess.
胆量，
这需要一些胆量。
Of course it's Danlia. Guts is fine. But bold is also fine. It's courage.
墙壁，
我们把墙壁刷成了蓝色。
fair enough.
桥，
Huh. Unexpected.
签证，
他已经拿到签证。
孤为
What is way?
离开
我们几点要离开？
荒猴有趣
这本书非常有趣。
晴天
晴天比雨天舒服。
摆设
餐厅的摆设很好。
No, wait. Arrange. Establish. 餐厅的摆设很 Arrangement, I guess. Yeah, that sounds more dominant there.
素
That's getting loose, very loose. I thought this was Oh, this isn't it. This is
锁
I didn't look closely. That's shellfish. Not spark.
诗句
这首诗的诗句充满了深意。
对，
项目
这个项目取得了成功。
项目 What is that? What? Oh, it's just item. What the heck is way? I thought it was like tiny. Oh, it's maintain. What? Oh wait, it's a 汉语。是汉语而不是汉语。韩语。汉语。韩语。韩语。汉语。汉语 No, 汉语。Oh man, we practiced this, did we not? I feel like this was one of the weak ones.我们今天要把性 something 去除。Oh, wait, no, that didn't work. Oh, I got it.
寄出
我们今天要把信寄出去。
What is wrong with you? Do I have to cover every one of them?
秒钟
1分钟有60秒钟。
汉语
现代汉语词典。
小心
他说话、做事都很小心。
老鼠
城市里有许多。
I didn't mean to type rate. I typed a different rate. I meant to type rat. Not rate. Or project, yeah. Project is better. It's true.
So.
Alright, we're past the halfway point.
陪同。
我需要人陪同我去银行。
驾。自豪。
我为你感到自豪。
Unrestrained self. How do you unrestrained self? Oh my gosh, the proud. Ooh, that's loose. That's very loose. Oh, that's fail.
尊。
Oh no, wait. That's all abide by or something like that. What the? Oh, just kidding. Oh, obey. Obey.
询问。
他们正在询问顾客需求。
捐献。
他们捐献了很多衣服。
缺陷。
产品的缺陷需要修正。
How do you it's like lacking basically, like there's weakness, have pitfalls, maybe shortcoming works, defect.
哲学。
他在大学学哲学。
夺目。
他的笑容十分夺目。
方怒。
他看起来很容易发怒。
抵制。
抵制不公平的政策。
捐款。
我们需要捐款帮助贫困的孩子。
乳头。
乳头是胸部的一部分。
小扁豆。
他用小扁豆做了一道印度菜。
Ah, we were going so well. I thought I got my groove, but no groove. It's gone. The groove is gone. Heck. I'm so devastated.
真菌。
真菌也会感染植物。
夺取。
军队成功夺取了这座城市。
It's to take over or to take by force, which is the same as seize control or capture. What in the... I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I do know what I'm looking. I think.
博客，
他每天都在博客上写日记。
博客. I think this is
雀，
or withdraw. It's retreat or withdraw. That's fine.
葡萄，
葡萄是一种水果。
湖，爽，
Heck, I lost it. Oh wait, I got it back.
茄，拐，
I mean, just go open, like pull the, and then you finally something like open, but I can't grab it. It's not there. Ah, that's so loose. I already typed this and now I am drawing a blank. No. Ah! I backspace too far.
盼，
That's kind of loose too. I was looking for like something I needed to open, right? The janitorial equipment. I think this gets a pass for recent. Oh, it's because I have no form of turning. I lost turning entirely in the mnemonic. Wow. I completely ignored turning. Okay, this is an encoding problem. Oh, I missed the turning. He tried turning the combination lock, right? The lock on the locker. I totally, completely omitted the actual meaning. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay. I can add that to the flow. It's bulk. Oh, blog is transliteration. We tried to practice that.
很
This one's pretty weak.
陷入
我不想陷入爱情。
本人
你本人怎么觉得？
Mainly? What are we going for that one, huh? Wait. Oh, whoops.
师傅
师傅。
才
Withdraw and retreat are they're good enough.
偶像
这位歌手是许多人的偶像。
And we practice all. What the? What in the world? I'm drawing a blank. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Something 传的外梦，什么？ no, 书川。
细菌
清洗手可以减少细菌。
有益
友谊是最宝贵的。
值忙辞职
我想辞职。
急毫无
这家公司毫无信誉。
毫无信誉。Like nothing. Have nothing at all. Okay.
消耗
这个活动消耗了很多精力。
猴子
猴子喜欢爬树。
款杀
Wait. Isn't this like... Oh no. I don't know.
练剪刀
这把剪刀很锋利。
队伍，
队伍正在准备战斗。
凡，利，养，
Wait, that's not what that's part of the mnemonic, not the.
爱，铁轨，
这条铁轨已经使用了很多年。
What in the world?
盐，
What did I say to this? Or curious? Benjamin. What?
翔，桃花，
桃花在空中飘落。
能耗，
这台电脑的能耗很低。
It's like yourself, right? Yeah, just your how do I say Benjamin? How do you it's like how do you mainly you is what it's like just you, just concerning yourself. Mainly you. I was like branching off after that. Like what the heck? Like just you. How do just you feel? Should feel about something? I forgot what the question was. Oh, this one's weird too.
浮，水泥，
我们需要更多的水泥。
窗帘，
窗帘是蓝色的。
Oh, there's the other one.
允许，
这里不允许吸烟。
Okay.
海洋，
海洋覆盖了地球的大部分。
昏，
YOLO.
首饰，
Oh,
他戴了一些漂亮的首饰。
what? Oh, just kidding.
退伍，
他去年退伍了。
峰会，
他们参加了国际峰会。
偏远，
他们在偏远地区建设新的学校。
柜台，
这是结账柜台。
泥沙，
河流带来了许多泥沙。
What are you? Hmm. I thought it was like, wait. I don't. Huh. Oh, that's gonna.
山峰，
我们爬上了山峰。
Oh, that's gonna be so disheartening. I thought that was more like maybe like a transport ship or transportation. Maybe it's not. It's definitely the left side. Or something like. I don't know. Dang it. That's so annoying.
田州，
你要尝尝这个甜粥吗？
Car. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh no. Wait. Hold up.
钱，
How does that work? I don't actually know how that works. If this is what, if that's Lun. I no, that doesn't make.
换，
I don't. No, that doesn't make it. Yeah.
偏见，
我们应该消除对他人的偏见。
All right. So let's give this a really big go, right? Interesting. It's like a strip. 条快慢 fast slow 怎么样 how fast is this? It's a boat. It is! Oh my gosh, it was. Okay, but how does the wheel ship work? Oh, it's a ship. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. And so the longest time was I keep thinking that's storage, but it doesn't make any sense. And it is 轮船.
轮船，
It's
这
fine.
条轮船的快慢怎么样？
Oh my gosh. I kept writing shu. Like shu, chuang, wait, shuang, chung, like, I kept thinking this is storage, like some sort of transport ship, but it's a wheel. And I'm like, what the heck is a wheeled ship? They mean like the old school. I'm good. I'm okay. This is pretty good. We scrapped our way through. Oh, this feels good. Today was nice. Oh, these are the golden days. Like I love these days where you like scrap on by, read some sentences, connect the dots, go back around, and then if I was able to like hold the experience like this for the rest of HanziHero, it would be really awesome. But I think there's a lot of inconsistencies. Like this stuff is getting really. I still think Wanikani is like slumping harder than HanziHero. Wanikani just feels like they just write anything. There's no rhyme, no like. There's a complete lack of due diligence after a certain amount, so we gotta work on that a lot more. But these ones, feeling good. Some of these are more hits than misses. This one's gonna be tough in the future, although it's very unique. 略 yeah, 略 what the ladle? 小 that one can be a little tough. 小 one component. Excuse me. Hung. One. Two. Ooh. Boom. All right.盟友 拖鞋 猛人 right 猛人 Ooh, fierce and ruthless can get mixed up. Egon. Manghu. Roll Chuan.不闲 哲学家 联盟 No way, a morning time stream? Crazy, aren't you? Oh no, I'm about to go to bed. Or I'm about to finish. Yeah, I'm near the end, Mika. And then I don't go to bed in another 4 hours, but I need to eat and write up and prepare for the rest of the week. Got a few things to do. But we were talking. Lots of people were talking. Like, we were having lots of discussions. So, few discussions. Thank you, Mika. How are you doing? How are you doing? How's the stuff? How's it going? Well, 拖欠. Just woke up to get a morning shower in? I see. Do you do any, like, what's today? Class day? Do you have classes today? Hopefully everything's going well on that front too. No, in terms of workload from studying, it's quite annoying as you want more to do. Interesting. You're often bored sitting around. Are you not able to get like a half start on your studying? Or like applying your studying right away? Maybe you can record your studying stuff. You know? Or you can teach it. I think that's interesting, and that's a nice thing to have. Or what I mean is, it's nice to know that you're ahead of your studies. It's time to pick up some Cantonese. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But maybe not. You can teach me Cantonese. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no. Yeah, 出轨. Yeah, D. Okay. Alright, so we have Louis. You do occasionally teach your friend art, but you tend to occupy your free time with art courses if you get a new one. I see, so that's why you're working towards for the next week of your free time. Nice, nice. So only temporarily bored, right? Only temporarily bored. October is right all around the corner, and I'm a little strapped. I did see that the Inktober stuff was posted for this year, so we're gonna try to keep it on the case by case. But I'm reviewing like my month of inspirations for Inktober. Art courses equal money, money equals not free. Well, I mean, you can do other things that are not money. But I can understand if you have art courses, but there isn't anything that's free in life, but we'll cross that road when we discuss about it. But there are many things you can do for your art enrichment that isn't an art course. Boredom sounds like excess time, and excess time equals money. Money can be converted into free art courses, I suppose. And what I mean by that is, I don't mean you can turn your art into money, but you can do that too if you want. But time is money as well. Excess time has been a problem for you for years? I see. It's time to find more inspirations and occupy them. Occupy that time. I wouldn't know what it is, but hopefully you find some inspiration to convert your time. I honestly think that it's the second level of problem to have, right? The second level. The first level is not being motivated to doing anything while having a lot of time, or thinking you don't have time when you are when you don't have time but think you're bored, right? Someone who is bored and don't think they have time is in a really rough spot. Somebody who thinks that they do have time but is bored is like the next step, right? And then the very top step is, or like on a continuum, and then you have like even further at the other end is someone who believe they have so much to do but not enough time. And then you have something in between, which is satisfactory with keeping boredom at bay while having sufficient time to cater their interests, but have more interest than they have time available. That's on top of completing what you got to do as well. That sounds like an excuse, if I have to be direct with you. So far you've mentioned a bunch of excuses that isn't dependent on time, but more on your willingness to occupy your excess time. Maybe also the idea that if you start something, you don't want to leave it incomplete. So the stuff that you have, you want to stay focused on them. If you start something, you rather be bored than start something and not complete it or distribute your time. That can be an underlying thing. Some people like have things that are going on and they don't like starting new things because it can balloon into something else, and that could occupy more time than the stuff that they have going on. So oftentimes then the reflexive way to defend yourself is that you say that you already have a lot of things going on, but you're still bored and have excess time. It's probably not too bad, I would say. It's a very healthy balance of checks and balances for the person. I'm a little bit on the other end if I wanted to compare and contrast with you. I'm someone who's doesn't have enough time to do all the things they're interested in, but it's just enough that I don't make excuses for constantly saying that I don't have time for it, because I can make time for it. That's a little on the other end where you have more things than you have time available, but you're satisfied and acceptant of it because you're making the excuse. My excuse is that I can make time for the things that are more important, since there are more things than I have time for. The reverse is when someone says you have things going, so then you find all the excuses to stop you from using your time. That's on the other. So we're kind of slightly close to the fence in this, but we're on like the opposite sides of the fence, but not that far apart to where like I would be concerned. I think the scariest thing is hearing someone who believes they're bored and they don't do anything with their time, and they have a lot of time. And then there's the really far other end where someone believes that they have so many things going they can't get anything done, which is definitely been very familiar with that type of problem. I look forward to hearing what you end up doing with your excess time, since you said it has been a problem for you for many years. I think when a problem lasts for many years, someone who's very creative and motivated will find ways to slowly make use of that time. You see, you do want to study a little more, you're just struggling to decide what's worth studying. Exactly. And then you find it hard to want to. Exactly. I totally understand that. From a third person perspective, you guess you could be considered unproductive, but if you're finished work, then yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was trying to describe. Not in the best way, because I don't have an empathy for that. But that is something that I've seen that's associated. So, there's diminished returns. So if you finish something, it's kind of like you're stuck between, if you start something, it might not be finished or considered up to your quality. So you have just enough time where you can get bored, but not enough time to start something new that meets your quality. So then you have this fluctuation between, well, you're productive enough, but there's time you can squeeze to be more productive, but you might be okay with taking it in a, just letting it go, right? And then it goes and it becomes very comfortable. So you can do it for years and be okay with it. Like, that being bored momentarily is part of your lifestyle, and that becomes very comfortable. So you don't really need to change very much. And that's what I would think is pretty healthy. I think it's nice to have a little more time, because there's one great way of seeing it is maybe that's flexibility for something that might come up all of a sudden. You're not very creative, you grow and manage Discord servers. It takes a lot of creativity to do that, but I won't argue with you if you don't feel you're very creative. You watch a bunch of videos about various topics. That seems open-minded enough to create inspiration. You draw, you study kanji. That is quite more than someone who, like, we're talking relatives. There are people far less motivated than that. Also, know you have 2 to 6+ hours free per day where you feel bored right now. Well, then, if you want to be a contrarian to what I'm saying, then that's a lot of time, and those are excuses. A lack of creativity, like, this is, if you want to convince me of contrary things, I'll tell you what I hear. So based on what you're telling me is that you are unmotivated. I don't think you have a lack of creativity considering what you're doing. You are unmotivated and you're making excuses for your lack of time. So hopefully, in my opinion, you'll find something to inspire yourself to fill in those gaps. I don't necessarily think that's what what misconstrued, because you tell me things to convince me about things with your perspective. But 2 to 6 hours of free time per day, I guess that's a lot. That's definitely a lot, if that's every single day, right? So hopefully you find something to fill in those hours. 2 to 6 hours after what you want to do, just struggling to find something to occupy, but yes, you're fairly unmotivated in general. That's fair. Well, that's a slippery slope. 2 to 6 hours is a lot. Even 2 hours is a lot. So keep at it, I suppose. Find something. Combine your excessive excuse, in my opinion, to focus on only saying little stuff instead of more stuff. It seems like you're also disinterested in the stuff that you're currently doing. Like, for example, you grow and manage a Discord server. Well, there's probably more you can do with that. And then you can probably still watch a bunch of videos on various topics. You can expand on that. You can expand on your drawing, expand on your kanji, right? But the idea is, you shared with me that your excuse is you feel like it's not worth it, or you're concerned that it's not worth your time. Then you can find want to do it. So that's probably, we found the source, right? The lack of motivation. It'll be interesting to find out what your motivations are, or if you discover a new source of motivation. Maybe a friend joining in a friend's activity might be something that can help with that. Yeah, parasocial relationships only go so far when it comes to living inside your own head for motivation. I would say, like, this is not professional advice, of course, but I would say if you're convinced that you are unmotivated and you're convinced that you argue against yourself for starting new things, I think an outside source can always be a potential source of motivation. Some people's outside source is money. Money is an outside source, so you convert that free time into some sort of passive income or side hustle. That's usually something. Legacy building is you record a project, you start making something, and it's just the act of making something is where you start. So like if you're working on drawing certain things, which you've already explained, you're like honed in on drawing anatomy the whole time, well, side projects are kept separate. So as long as you're doing something else, like draw circles, then draw circles some more and record them, publish them, that creates a forward momentum. And the idea is to start doing something instead of spending almost all your energy trying to tell yourself not to do things or convincing yourself not to do things. Doing things can lead to inspiration too, as opposed to watching other people for inspiration, which is not doing. It's more like a passive process. Your issue with your server is really the disconnect between yourself and the general demographic compared to years ago. You can spend your time addressing that. You used to be able to occupy yourself more with that. You can spend your time figuring out what happened. The but means that you're also leaving the agency to yourself and convincing yourself, in my opinion, not to do the thing again. So, lots of time, lack of motivation, I see. One thing that can be very empowering is do something and hope that motivation comes from it, right? So maybe you contracted commitments are great, change of environment is great. So like find a space or a corner in your room, set up something, and then when you're in that space, you tell yourself that you're going to make something in the time that you're in that space, and then you leave out. You're interested in freelance art on the side, never as a primary job though. Okay, I mean, like, it doesn't matter if it's a primary job or not. If you're interested in freelance work, you start doing it, right? But you're not at the point where you can be profitable nor gain attention. That's not doing, that's brainstorming all the things that keeps you from doing it in the first place. You could, if you work hard for a little while. You don't have to work a little while. You can just start working. So the stuff that I was talking about, a person who you say 2 to 6 hours is a long time every day, but the person I was describing is a person who believes that the time they have is not sufficient for the task that they want to do. So it could be 2 hours, it could be 30 minutes, it could be many years, but the time is just short enough to convince the person that whatever project they start would not be completed to their satisfaction. So in this case, 2 to 6 hours sounds a lot of time to me, but it doesn't sound like enough time for you to make it profitable or gain attention or work to your quality. But the thing is, there's no way you can possibly know that without any experience whatsoever. So I do understand that you can watch other people's videos and say like, oh, this is how much I want to do, but you can't possibly know if you're going to able to do that if you have no experience with it. So it's the balance between doing things. Being the zero like artist is really demotivating. Being the zero like artist is demotivating. I don't understand what that means. Like, I'll be like very forward about this, because sometimes this could be a panacea or getting ahead of a vicious cycle that I worry about in younger people, when your goal is here, and you're here, right? It doesn't matter where you are, a zero artist, I don't know, whatever your starting position is. If your goal is detached, so you have no way of connecting this goal here can present any excuse to stop, because you can't see it ever being possible. So in order to actually know where this goal is, a lot of times you actually have to start doing the thing. Every single post gets 0 attention, not a single like, and you're not ready to post yet, and that shows the same thing, so I'll keep on working until I am. And then use your time to keep on working. So how can you be bored? Unless you're telling me that that's what's making you bored, then... So you explain to me something that you could be working on, but then provide me with the exact proper counter argument to not doing it. So what is it? Which one is it? If every single post gets 0 attention, you don't know what the goal is. Because every 0 attention prevents you from doing the thing, so you never know what it is. You're being exposed, aren't you? Not really. I think this is the thing, right? Like, hear me out. You're talking to me, right? Let me tell you something about me, right? I've been streaming for over 7 years on Twitch. My skills are developed in those 7 years. Whether or not they are dependent on a goal I have no experience with. So if I told myself like, oh, 7 years, man, Twitch streamers by 7 years, or like YouTube people who post by 1 year would get like 1,000 subs by now in less than a year on average, or like by 7 years you would get like at least 1,000 subscribers, right? I would have stopped developing my skills altogether. I would also have become bored, because all your dependency is on a goal that you can't possibly conceive, because you haven't started doing any of it. So I didn't do any of that. But here's the thing. I also didn't start when I was 18 years old and have no comprehension of the experience needed to develop skills, right? So that might be something that's different between you and me, where the idea of doing things a lot of times is not dependent. Self-improvement is not dependent on others. It wouldn't be called self-improvement then, right? However, it would be great, and I agree with you, it would be awesome to get attention while also self-improving, right? It would be really awesome if that was the case. However, the attention is not necessarily in your control. Entirely in your control. You can contribute to it for sure. Now, I feel like because of the way you present yourself and how you always defend yourself, you are a lot more prideful and there's a lot of hubris. So in my opinion, I think you're not going to want to do the things likely for attention, the way that other people want attention. You're going to try to do it your way, right? You want to work on it and work hard your way until it's good enough. Now, the thing about hubris is that doing it your way might not garner the attention that other people do their way. So the artwork that garners attention might not be the thing you're working on. You'll never know because you don't do any of it. You're telling yourself that no one is interested, right? So it might be true, it might be false. The idea is hopefully you're spending your time on yourself, you know, and liking the things that you're doing. Like, I don't want to sound like a life coach or something, but you aren't, like, instead of thinking about saying you're not creative, think maybe suggest to yourself you're creative enough to use your excess time to create things despite how people don't understand what's so cool about you, right? And then you learn how to make it cool and make it gain attention. But I think, in my opinion, maybe this is something worth saying to you, and I think I say this to most people in their own way. You are ready to post something, but not in the way to garner attention. You are watching things and being inspired on things. You are creative. You can be, you can learn to grab people's attention, and you are good enough for freelance work. That, like, now, thinking it that way may be a little bit more positive way to think things. So let's say you aren't ready. How do you get ready? Well, you start by thinking about the things that can make you ready for it, right? So knowing that you can be ready, you can be creative, you could gain attention, you can make things profitable and be a little bit helpful. With the boredom, obviously. Here's my personal take on it. I'm excited about the things I do. So if you think if I'm on here and not excited because people are not paying attention to me, then I'm not excited enough to take pride in my own work. So the stuff that I say today, throughout the day, I love that. That's where my source of motivation is. My source of motivation is coming from within, right? I don't know if that's something you want. But that's how I would like to offer my differing opinion. Your profit total is $45 or so, but you don't want to be just above the line to make money, then don't. You can be above the line. Or well above that. You want to be better than that? Then go for it. And other people prefer that or are the best too. It doesn't matter what the other people prefer. You already told me that your post gets 0 attention. So you can't use standards that you don't fulfill. Right? What is your profit margin? It's $45 or so. There's nothing else. You're not comparing it to anything else. 45 is the best you do now. Try to do 55 tomorrow. 100 the next day. Like, you don't, like, what I mean by that is when you're comparing, it's only adequate to compare when you have sufficient experience. So when you're comparing to someone who makes like $1,000, say, in a certain time, do you have the experience to know what that $1,000 means without doing it? You could argue on YouTube, that's what they say and all that, and that's fair enough. And you can spend that time researching. That'll be a time you can use. But for me, like, you can say, okay, how much is my time worth? I can tell you, in reality, my time worth is 0 because no one asked for my service. How much do you think a PhD's time is worth? It's a lot less than most people think because no one's asking for that service either. So I would say that oftentimes experience is to better yourself. So you're making 45 today, make 55 tomorrow. And then at some point, maybe with enough experience and do stuff, you can have a little bit more insight and feel a little bit less demotivated, I suppose, by comparing yourself with someone who may or may not have a differing background. Like $45 is more than I've made in that's more than I made in 5 years. So, oh, you meant 45 total, not in a day, just occasionally get interested. All right, well, $45. That's interesting. Like, I don't get $45 in a year, so there's no comparison. You compare yourself to yourself. Anyways, I just want it to be a little bit more motivating, maybe. But, yeah, enjoy your shower. I might not be up again, so if I'm not up, have a great rest of your day. I hope you can find something that will motivate you, because you have a lot of time, and I think that time is filled with potential. Right? Yeah, take care, Mika. We'll talk another time. Let's see. So Louis is in the bathroom. Of the bathroom of the electricity plant, his electricity plant. And he's getting up on this really fancy podium. And of course, he's dictating the outline of basically just converting the whole thing into a rice field, a high-tech rice field. Because he can do whatever you want. And then we have Shrek, who is in the in the barn. How does this work? Shrek is in the barn, and I guess he's Farmer Shrek today. So he's leaving the barn with a milk can and a ladle. Right. All I got. Maybe getting a ladle and milk can. Alright. Now we have Kermit. Kermit 1 is not too bad now. Kermit is in the bathroom of the chapel doing Kermit-y things. He thought it was a great idea to pull out a turntable to play some music, some ambiance, with the use of his dexterous fingers, his puppet fingers. Right? And the audience, the people in the bathroom, can't help but shake. Can't help but resist shaking to the music every once in a while. And be uplifted. Then we have the Hulk, who's in the bathroom of the pawn shop. This one's a little weird. So with his newly acquired, I don't know, skewer. However, the skewer was kind of stuck. So when he was trying to get it out, he accidentally stabs himself. Skewers himself in the heart. And experiences a bit of trouble. There's a bit of trouble with a skewer. A wee bit of trouble. And we have Quasimodo, who is in the living room of his house playing with a miniature set featuring the construction of a canal with the neighboring trees and lumber using controlling a mecha, right? Controlling mecha. And the occasional water splashing everywhere. Quasimodo is having the life of his, the time of his life. Then we have Goofy. Okay, Goofy. Goofy is in the basement of the house, I think. Yes. And he thought it was a great idea after finding some moon-shaped missiles to set them off right there. And sure enough, he's running around panicking, and a missile ends up hitting him right Dead straight into his thigh. As it yelps for pain. Yelps from the pain. Then we have Gandalf, who's outside of the temple. He's outside of the temple. What is he doing here? Oh, he's been approached by monks to try to honor their fallen brother. They have the spine of the remains of the brother. So Gandalf took that, placed it in like a makeshift enclosure, a dollhouse, and the, I don't know, swing of his staff, he transformed it into a palace for the rested brother. Alright folks, that's it. I think I'm pretty good with not having to review anything else for today. Yeah, you know, I didn't manage to finish my thoughts and whatnot, but I was being a little direct. I think sometimes I just want to emphasize it can be very tough when you're comparatively wanting to meet a quality standard, right? And I totally understand having high standards for yourself. The thing that I often get a little worried about is that when you spend a lot of time on the internet, or you spend a lot of time even in the workforce or the university or whatnot, sometimes destinations and comparisons, the ideal you is very glorious. And it is a really excellent source of motivation, but it can also be the destroyer of motivation. And striking that balance is really important to me. When someone uses what is potentially their source of motivation, their high standards, for like rigorous push for practice and whatnot, that's great. When that standard becomes when one becomes so fixated on that standard to the point where it becomes a source of demotivation, then the doing stops, right? It's the delicate balance between having sufficient standards that it doesn't deter one from doing something, especially if one is already self-aware that they have a lot of time. I think boredom can be born out of self-loathing, self-deprecation, and in my opinion, that's one of the dark areas. When someone is already successful, they're studying well, they're like doing creative projects, they're working on skills, and yet they're still bored, that's perfectly healthy. It's not that that person is going to be immune to slipping into a state of mind where their standards go so far out of control that then it becomes more like self-deprecation. So when I tend to hear a lot of these stacked together, I like to offer my alternative, right? Because when you start saying you're not creative enough, the things you do are not important because they're not important enough for other people, but they're also not important to you, that is where I feel I want to push a little, just, you know, a little, as much comfortable as I can. When someone is not proud of their own work and is completely dependent on the attentions of others, and that is coupled with boredom, to me, that is a state that I would say going to someone, maybe seeking companionship or professional coaching, academic advisors, parents, would be a great thing. Because I don't want to go into a 2 or 3 hour discussion about this, but boredom, the nature and source of that boredom is incredibly delicate. If the source of your boredom is your own ambition, that is not too far from someone who is willing to spend their entire life being dissatisfied with their own work while simultaneously being prideful of convincing themselves they are doing work. Right? So I just wanted to finish the thought where I was going, because instead I want to, if I encounter someone like that, I want to be the person who says, well, let's think of it this differently. You made more than 0. That's improvement. You made something. That is creative, right? Those are wins. They're progress. They're doing things towards something, not towards a goal that you might be looking at right now. Because I'm going to be honest with you, the moment you keeping your eye on the ball, not the destination, the ball that's in front of you, that ball can look so different later down the road because of the experience you gain. So when I see someone say, well, that's not $1,000 that a normal person would make, it's like, well, you're not a normal person then. Start with $5, start with $10, where you can inch out, because it's perfectly healthy when you're actually consistently doing things and running out of time doing them and not bored with yourself and still be jaded about the goals that you need to reach, versus someone who uses those goals to create the boredom that they have now. That is, there's a loop. There's no way out of it, right? The more you want to do something, the less and less you want to do it or start to do it, because the thing you want is so ambitious that the more you want it, the more likely you're going to be bored because you don't do it. And I think that's one of those vicious cycles that I want to, in my opinion, discourage other people. Like, I don't start things and learn. I mean, personal anecdote, I didn't say I wanted to become a scientist or a teacher because somehow when I was 13 years old, I somehow knew what that was going to be like. I knew enough to do it, whether or not someone asked for it or not. And then, a bit of unsolicited advice here and there. This would be something that I've practiced that no one asked for. But I sure as heck would love to hear young people who say, wow, my ambitions are really high. This is really tough, but man, do I have a lot of extra time. I might as well give it a shot. That's kind of a healthy younger person. So I hope that clarifies some things. Like, I don't actually think I want to be a victim blamer. I want to see the person say, well, yeah, let's start it. I have 6 hours. Let's try to use 30 minutes or an hour of them entertaining something. And I hope, the person I was talking to finds that, as well as anyone else that I run into. I don't necessarily want to be a contrarian to overwhelm the person and make them even more catatonic about their ambitions. My intent is to try to ground their ambitions, steer it away from the ambition, and steer closer to smaller goals, and appreciating that progress can be progress in any resolution. It's not like you become a professional artist overnight, or you always start off great. Like, for example, preparing so much that you never take the shot. That's kind of where I'm feeling the conversation was going. So it's good to highlight the excuse, because I think it's an excuse that's holding back potential, at least in my opinion. Academic advisors, I feel like if I were in the position of an academic advisor, when a student comes up and it's like, I'm not going to take this course because only good students with this amount of grades would try to take this course. And because I don't fulfill this course, there's no chance I would succeed because of my environment. That sounds like me if I'm an academic advisor, I would try my best to see if they can see a way in which they can do it without those concerns preventing them from doing so because they desire that, right? And yes, it could mean that they fail, but what the difference between failing by accepting that it is not possible and it's already out of their control versus failing where they learn from it and they know where to go next or what to do next, right? My 2 cents. Anyways, as full disclosure, I've been doing this for a really long time. I've been talking to people. Like, most of the stuff that I do is not even freelance. It's free and no one asks for it. So do I expect attention for things that I do that no one asks for? Not really, right? But I do have self-motivation, right? So if someone ever asks me what I do, I'll be incredibly enthusiastic and proud of all the things I work on, because that would be the explainer or the demonstration that there's one undeniable source of motivation: yourself. And that can be electric enough to carry your own prideful hubris. Like, you can, like, I'm a bit prideful about that, right? I take pride because I don't need the, I don't need the support of other people. But it's also nice to know that if you don't feel that way about your stuff, someone else, even a stranger like myself and other people, there's someone out there who can literally tell you, like, maybe you should start, and tell me how your progress keeps going up steady and steady each day. Because I think living in your own head, if you're anybody, like, and this is maybe a PSA or something, maybe if you're someone who thinks they love to do things, but that love is the thing that keeps you from doing it, there's some, I like to give the pleasant opinion that there is someone who cares. Maybe it's a loved one or friends, or maybe even a total stranger. But the idea is affirmation comes in many forms if you're lacking it yourself. So I want it to be more of a vehicle than someone who's like, oh yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry. You can wallow in your own self-defeatist self, right? No. That's not me. So that's the end of our HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to pick up HanziHero, try it out for yourself. And as always, you're more than welcome, always welcome to stop on by, share your, I don't know, discontent. Maybe we can also share, and maybe parasocially share in the boredom. But definitely feel free to talk about things. I certainly would be aggressively trying to encourage and brainstorm ideas together, right? If you're bored, then let's share the boredom and talk about the boredom together. Because despite misery deserves company, inspiration is when generosity meets generosity. So if you're generous enough to share with me your discontent, I will attempt to reciprocate that generosity with maybe a little bit more bottle of sunshine, right? If you're really ambitious and arrogant, maybe I can ground you a little, right? That's kind of what discussions are about. So everyone is always more than welcome, right? Until then, until next time, those who are only interested in HanziHero or maybe these digressions, right? 大家下次见, right? See you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.